All right. Hello and welcome. I'm Matthew. I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you. So let's do it together. Um, I'm going to try and have music in the background this time. Hopefully, the balance is good. Hey, little Dodo Brian, what's up, brother? Um, just shout at me if this is too loud in the background or not. This is Lo-Fi Geek. It's all, I believe, royalty free music, so we're safe there. What is this stream about? We're going to be making a tabletop game battle map, a software tool that is going to be um, easy to use, drag and drop focused, with a low learning curve for Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, Cyberpunk, or any other tabletop game that people might like. When we left off last time, cool. Thanks for letting me know about the audio. When we left off last time, we were successfully networking. Here's our two clients that are networked into a dedicated server. They can fly around and see each other. Our little glowing, or not glowing, but metallic eyeballs that maybe will look like beholders someday. I don't know. Maybe the DM will look like a beholder. Right now we just have these colored buttons, but if we drag and drop, we spawn shapes. I have a little debug spit out. Just ignore that. Both people snap and move them around. We also added in the ability to lock in place so that we don't move them. We got the cone, we got the sphere, and we can stack. And then yesterday off stream, I know, my bad. I'm teaching myself Blender so that we can start incorporating in our own models. And so I put together this guy. So this is just a little minimalism wall, kind of coming up with ideas. And something I realize just now that maybe we'll work on today is I have no way of rotating this. I can lock them in place, but if I wanted to start going down this way, we have no way of rotating anything yet, since it just snaps and it sets our transform 0, 0, 0 every time we pick it up. So that might be a good place to begin. And then we can dive more into maybe modeling and getting some more fun objects in to play with. So, how do we want to go about rotation? We could right-click and do our context menu and have like a clockwise, counterclockwise button. We could bind it to a key. Maybe the mouse wheel. That might be useful. Just click, drag, and then use the mouse wheel up and down to rotate. Maybe by 45 degrees in case somebody does want something slightly cockeyed, catty, cornered. That might be worth doing. So let's try the mouse wheel. Let's put it on a mouse wheel so that it rotates 45 degrees when we're clicking and dragging. All right, we got our code open. It is processing, connecting to Unreal. Give ourselves some room here. I've also adjusted the stream a little bit, so let's make sure. I'm gonna bump, I think, my font up a little bit for all of you, which would be under, I think, tools. Maybe it's under settings. Yep, there we go. Here that's not, let's see, editor, font. Let's try 18. I think that'll be better. Okay. So, where are we handling our, let's see, I think it's in player controller. These are our network graph. And if we go over to our event graph, this is our event tick. This is where we have our left mouse button for picking things up. Just to refamiliarize with where we're at. We're not using that. This shoots a line out of the camera. We can keep that for now. This is how we on left mouse button release, snap open to last valid word, vector location, and re-enable gravity and query. And then we clear our references. This is checking for a tile, which is unnecessary at the moment since we're now all allowing things to be stacked. So we just have that up there in case we do want to return to checking for a specific class of an object that our mouse is hovering over. So let's go to our inputs. We've got turn, look up, move right, move forward, and we have right click. Are we using right click? Yes, we are. Here's our right click. Toggle context menu, which is down here. This how we do it? I believe that's the context menu is already in the main HUD. It just opens it. Yeah. Toggles open and closed the context menu when right clicking upon object on a token. So rather than having a raw left mouse button right here, I'd like to, let's see, let's call it something. Select, which we have bound to left mouse button. So let's get our select, and this is what is going to do that now. Yep, we're still good. Of course, we still have the networky issue of our interpolating movement, our snapping, which we'll come back to polish someday. We want to name that right click, or should we go with something a little bit more descriptive? Maybe context. Because we might have something. This doesn't exist anymore. I wish it would just auto, auto update these events when it realizes we no longer that we changed this in the project settings, but maybe they can't do that. So we've got our action mappings. The mouse wheel is an axis, I believe, but this axis is on a scale of 0 to 1. So I think we just want it to happen because we're looking for a 45-degree angle kind of thing. I think we're going to go with is it an action mapping? So we'll call this rotate. Rotate. Right? No. Wait. Maybe it will be an axis. Rotate clockwise. Mouse wheel axis. Scale is 1. And then we want a mouse wheel up. No, let's do it action. Rotate clockwise. Mouse wheel up. Rotate widget? No. Counterclockwise. Mouse wheel down. Ah, how I wish we lived in a world where I could put widget in there and people would know what that meant. You should learn widget. Anybody who's read Discworld would learn that word. All right. So now that we have our mouse wheel set, we want to do it in the player controller. We want to check if we have a selected token. So let's go with, let's grab our rotate clockwise. When it is pressed, we're going to do a validated get on our token. Are we holding a token? If I remember correctly, where are we resetting? Are we doing it in here? Move token to tile, set rotation. Our rotation is going to be taking place upon the Z axis. It is most likely what we will not want is if our tokens are falling sideways. We want to put those back upright. So it's going to be, I believe X and Y just needs to be set to 0. The Z needs to be what it is. So we're not going to reset the Z when we're moving it. So let's fix that first. We need to get it's an object reference, right? Get. I don't think. Probably can't do that since we are we've moved into replicated. So we're going to need to pass in We need to pass in the rotation. Cool. I'll boost the music a little. Let me know how that sounds. Don't want it to be an odd background, an odd distracting sound. It needs to still be relaxing. Where are we calling this? We are calling this over. First, let's add in an input. We want, let's send in the whole transform. Token original transform. I believe here we do the same thing in the game mode. So here we also are going to need token original transform as well. Cool. And if necessary, I can always set up a ducking where when I speak, the music can drop down. I can look into that if we need to do that in the future. But thank you for helping me get that. So I'm going to rename this as, but let's make it more descriptive. New location. Same thing here. New location. New location. This also is going to need our token original transform. Okay, over here, when we move, we want to get our token get actor transform. Pass it in. Let's organize a little bit. We do it here too. Okay, so we now have the transform coming in. We want to get out of that. I'm going to break it. Get the rotation. I'm going to break that. And we're going to split that. We want to keep our yaw, whatever we rotate that way, but we're going to reset it X and Y to 0, so any pitch or roll will get upright. This is also going to pass through, so that when we call it on the server side, we're going to do the same thing, or actually, we're just passing it through. Then over here, we're doing the same thing. So we're going to break and rotator break. We could have just passed the rotator, but maybe we'll use the other, what other data's in there someday. If not, when we come back through and make this ready for shipment, we can simplify down. Okay. So our Z is now passing in our original, which this should still, yeah. So if we somehow, let's see if we can knock stuff over. There we go. Perfect. The Z doesn't change, but the X and Y do. Let's return back to our mouse wheel. We're going to rotate clockwise. We want to get our selected token. Is it valid? If it is, we're going to set rotation, set actor. Let's do the actor rotation, not relative. We're going to 0 and Y. I believe it's already resetting when we pick it up. So those should be zeroed. It is the Z. We want to make a rotator. We want to get after rotation, our current rotation. No, we don't. We want to add. No? Okay. Break it. On the yaw, we want to add 45 degrees, I believe. And then split, and we're just sending that into the Z. Our X and our Y can stay the same. Okay, let's see how that works. Bring in our wall. Look at that. Perfect. I think. Not entirely. Because if it is, when we drag it in, we're almost there. But when we drag it in, what happens is, physics might get it slightly off. For example, if I whack it, let's get this guy messed up. All right, see how this guy is not at it's not at a happy angle of a 45 or a 90. Our triangle is all messed up. Our square is screwing our triangle up. We're never going to be able to get our nice 90s or our 45s at the moment. So how do we want to handle that? How about this? We have our Z. If when we divide by or we mod, so if it is a we want it to be, oh, math. Here we go. Let's do some math. We want it at 90 degrees, and we want it at 45. We want it in multiples of 45. So if we mod 45, 0 by mod 45, it's gonna be 45, right? You know what? Print the result. That's a 0, so let's get rid of those print strings because they are annoying. Where are we doing that? Client 1 called. I think we're doing it over here. Might be in the UI, actually. No? Where am I calling this thing? It's in movement, isn't it? There we go. We don't need that anymore. So our cube. So from this in mod 45, it's 0. Let's go ahead and make the rotation happen with the new Z. bring in the cube. 0. Oh, it's slightly off. Why isn't it? Oh. Plus our 45. A good clamp, maybe. Yeah, I don't think that mod is what we want. I'm trying to think what you get what I'm saying though. Let's find the nearest angle that is divisible evenly by 45 and go to that. That's what I want. How do we do that? Stat. What if we... Is there like a round? Yeah, to the nearest integer. I don't think that's what we want because it's not going to go to a divisible by 45, so... Excuse me. Mapped range clamp. Map range clamped. Returns value mapped from one range into another where the value is clamped to the input range. 0.5 normalized from the range of 0 to 1. 0 to 50 would result in 25. Not exactly. Snap to grid. Yeah. Okay. So, let's see. Our yaw. And what if we divide it by if mod 45 is not equal to 0. So if we're not in a multiple of 45, we want to I don't know how to do that off the top of my head. I kind of know, like, mentally what I want it to do, but that's going to require some problem solving or thinking about the math in there, and it might be worth doing in C++ also rather than here if it gets too complex. So rather than that, we're gonna add 40. We're gonna do our original 45 degrees, but what we're gonna add in. Now let's do the same for our widder shins. We'll just make it subtract 45. Let's do a reset, just a simple reset button to put it back to 0 for now. And if we look at this just to test it, drag a cube in. Perfect. So we're able to rotate and place our stuff. So our tokens will be able to rotate. Let's add in, I think in the context menu is where it would be good. So we can lock, unlock. Let's add another button. There we go. This will be the reset button. This doesn't need to be a variable. This is the reset button text. This will just say reset rotation. Yeah. We'll make it a little bit smaller in text size. There we go. Let's make the color of this button like a dark pink color. Is that magenta? I don't know. What? Define the function in a piecewise way? What do you mean? I'm not a mathy person. Yo, little Dodo Brian, you're a calculus dude. Tell me. I have my I've got my my tokens here, and I've just added in the ability to rotate by 45 degrees on the mouse wheel in either direction. However, you can actually see it here. It is not exact. How would I say when I pick it up, I want to rotate by 45, but I want it to go to the nearest divisible value of 45. Like, shave off the error. Figure that out. Yeah, so we're like right here. Whatever angle this is from, it's 360 degrees. Put it at the nearest angle that's divisible by 45. If you can solve that math, I'll throw that in, because that's what I would like. But for now, we're going to do a reset button. I mean, it's math. I can do whatever. It's not the engine. We've got C++ right here. If I have to go through the whole 360-degree circle and check and measure from what the angle is and find its nearest thing, I'd rather it be as short of an equation as possible, or to just get to the nearest divisible by 45. So when we click the reset button, we get the token reference, which we can make a validated get, I believe. We could do that here too, rather than use that. Do this if it is valid. It would it'd be cleaner. Okay, so we're going to set actor rotation to 0. Excuse me. And then set the visibility of the context menu to hidden. So if we bring in that and we rotate it, right click, reset rotation, boom, except it doesn't do it over here. Why didn't it do it over there? Probably because we are calling it from a UI. We need to call similarly in our player controller. Excuse me. Actually, you know what? Might be this, but we just need to teleport physics. Nope. Might have to do with the fact that gravity's holding it down. So, what if we... What if we call our physics thing we're going to turn off our gravity. We're going to go to physics only. Then we're going to set actor rotation. And then we'll do this again and turn the gravity back on, as well as our collision and stuff. So player controller again and the token. That's messy. Let's see if it works and then we'll clean it up. That's funny. What's it doing? Maybe it was... Huh. So... somehow messing with the physics and stuff breaks our reset. All right, let's try calling this, let's try calling it not in the UI, which won't replicate, even though the, maybe rotation is not replicated like movement is. That's what's going on. So in player controller, we need to make a custom event called reset token rotation. This will be called on the server as reliable. What it does is it needs to accept a token, which is our BG token object. It takes that, set actor rotation to 0. From here, we can get our player controller and call reset token rotation and pass our token. We may need to call this client side as well first. Nope. Perfect. There we go. So, I think now, we knock these over. So now we can properly... That's interesting. Well, there we go. That's better. What's it doing? If we that doesn't seem perfect. So what we need, I think what's happening here is as we're adding, we need to clamp. And if it hits like 360, it goes back to 0. Otherwise, we're going to end up with like a yaw rotation of 600 million degrees. And just keep adding this. I don't think these rotations are clamped. If we go to our client 1 and we spawn in our wall, and we find it in here. There it is. We hold it, lock it, and then when we go and we rotate, we can watch our rotation here. So if we reset, we got mostly to 0. I don't know why X didn't work. Maybe it's because, you know, it's strange. So there's our 45. Another 45, almost 90. We add another 45, 45, and we keep going. Okay, so it does. It reaches, there's 180, and after 180, it goes into the negatives. And it starts going back down, and once it hits 0, it starts going back up again. So what we want, actually, is rather than float, we want integers. We want our, so we're adding floats, which is wrong. That was a nice album. I like that. I'm going to heart that. We're going to go back to our Lo-Fi Geek. Let's get, people seem to like this one. The album's on the, yeah, let's do this one. Yeah. So, let's see. Maybe we can search the Google for the answer here. Tweak for round to nearest multiple of 45. Round to nearest multiple of a constant. Aha, round to multiple. Found it. It's quite simple. This is why you just go to Google. Okay, so take this. I think let's see, we divide by 90, but we want multiples of 45. We're going to take this, we're going to round it, and multiply that by a float of the same thing, 45. And then we're going to output. Didn't do anything. What is this? Because if it's zero, it's never gonna go anywhere, right? This is just gonna always end up as 0. They do have a division, whole, and remainder. So if this is greater than 0, hold on, I'm gonna do it. Let's see, select. This is greater than 0. Then we do the return value. If not, it's just 0, right? That's never good. That's still always going to be 0. What we want to do is, we're forgetting to add our 45 and then do this, right? We don't need to check for the add of the 0, do we? It's not working. So get rid of that, get rid of that. We're adding 45. We're dividing by 45. No. Oh, I hate doing this. Why? Get rid of math. No, we don't. Math is good. It's just not something I do very often, so this hurts my brain. Okay. If that equals 0, okay, if our remainder is equal to 0, then just get the return. Then that. If it is sign function might make sense. This is what I found. If it's a multiple of 0, return the integer, or if the multiple is 0, return it. So we're getting our remainder. If the remainder is 0, return it. This is just the same thing as that, isn't it? Oh, wait. I think I got it, but the issue is now negatives. Almost there. So we're taking it, what we have, we're adding 45 to it. We're checking, does that divide, we're going to divide it by 45, ignoring the remainder, just getting the whole value. And then multiplying that by our integer 45. So now we're just a flat int. So the issue now is that our rotator goes from 0 to 180 and then goes backwards into negatives. So like your sine, it's a circle, right? But it was already doing... Hold up. What if we do this first? And then we add 45, because it was already handling the negatives itself. Right? Internally, the engine, when adding in the degree or the angle, already handled that. So, whoop. What's happening? Let's take a look. Go find our cube. Where's our cube? There it is. Let's reset. 45. Oh, nothing happened. It's stuck at 45. 0, 45, so we're... Oh. So our reverse is working, but notice it's not negatives again. That's very interesting. It's 0 to 360 with my subtracting of 45s. So why is it staying at 45? What is my math doing wrong? So we've got 45, divide by 45 becomes a 1. Multiply by 45 is 45, add 45, it should be 90. Right? Unless this needs to happen server. Yeah, let's make it server side. Custom event, set token rotation. Run on server. Our token input, and we're going to agree to add. My HVAC heater just turned on, so let me know if like the sound quality suddenly just died on my voice, and I will yaw to add. Set actor rotation. Token comes in. Split. Okay. So we're going to set token rotation, which I want to follow my convention here. Forgot. Server. Right. All right, let's see what that does. There's our cube. Let's lock it so we can watch it. Our forward rotation's not doing anything now. Probably because it's only doing it on the server. We need to do it multicast. We need to do it client side and then server. So let's do this. Set token rotation client. This will run on client. I want these reliable. They need to happen. So just doing this, and then we call set actor rotation, set token rotation server. Spawn our cube. It's not doing anything. It tried, actually. You can see it tried. So we're getting our token. We're getting the yaw value. We're dividing it by 45. We're getting the whole value that comes out of it. Why is this not working? Let's once again just try and do it right here. Music stopped. Okay, so it doesn't need to. Just gonna play this artist. Make sure actually it doesn't start playing similar. Okay, auto-apply that's off. So it's not going to start going into non-royalty free stuff. So what I wanted to test actually was if we play as the server and client, is rotation happening on the server? Yes, and server to client. Okay. So at least they talk to each other, but why is this not working? So yeah, if 260 comes in, we divide by 45. The return value is going to be 5, right? And 0.77 is going to be the remainder. To follow what you're saying. And then 5 times 45 output, and then I'm adding 45, and then I stick that in the new rotation. So is it because it's going bigger than the 0 to 360 degree circle? Let's print. $45. Oh. Well, see? Well, now it's stuck at 45. Why is it stuck at 45? Now it's stuck at 90. So what's happening that's holding it and getting it trapped? let's do some more prints in here. So this will get us our initial, and this will get what it outputs, the second one. Good question. So the first number, 0 is the initial, 45 is the new one. 45 is the new one, or 44.9. Interesting. So we go to our output log, which sometimes it gets mad. Come on. Give me the output log. I don't think Unreal Engine used to do this with 4.25. I'm not... Oh, there we go. Okay, update transform on server call. That's not helpful. Let's get rid of that. Where is that being called? Oh, it's probably in the code, since I'm not seeing it on the screen. There it is. Oh, let's try this again. Got our cube. 0 becomes 45. And we got a 44. Oh, my face is in the way. Hold on. Rise up. We've got down here 44.55 whatever becomes 45 again. And that's where it's stuck. So, move my face over here. And it's doing this stupid thing. Why does it do that? There we go. So it's taking 40, it's dividing whatever it was, something like that. Ah, that's the issue. I was thinking about that, having just a list of possible angles and its cycles. But I guess well, let's say you select a different cube that's at a different angle. It's gonna start the cycle from where we left off with the previous token that we were holding on to. So that's why I was avoiding a list to cycling through. Yeah, and then we're back to the finding the nearest angle divisible by 45 based on the current one. But this is the issue right here. So we're getting a 0 out, multiplying by 45, which is giving us 0 and adding 45. So that's where we're getting stuck. So now that we know why we're getting stuck, we can unstuck it. So return value, if it is 0, and the remainder is not let's see, if the remainder is greater than, what, like 0.5, then we know we're closer to already having 45 degrees, right? If it's under 0.5, then we know that we're kind of shifted. So if remainder is, let's say, greater than 0.4, and we're going to do a select here. So if we're going to select 1. Oh. So it's doing it again. So it's the same issue, right? Where it's getting stuck because we need to round. So we don't want to select, we need to round. So if this is greater than 0.5, this almost sounded like the beginning of sailing. So if the remainder is greater than 0.5, then we need to take this and round. Yeah, then we need to take this and round. So again, select. Right? Am I thinking this through correctly? Or should we just round? No, because we need to have our multiples. Okay, so we're getting our, let's say, 89 point something, whatever. And if we have a remainder that's greater than 0.5, they're going to round and maybe we round and then we... No. This'll be worth the work. Okay, we were close. We're so close. So we're at like 89.999, whatever, and we divide by 45, we get our 1.9999. And we're getting a 1 out. It's greater. And we were grabbing 1 again, right? And we were sticking at 45. So we can't do this select 1 or select 0. What we need, actually... What we need to do is if our remainder is greater than 0.5, we need to increment by 1. Or we just need to add 1. Because it's not... Yeah. We need to add 1 and go here. If it's not, then we just take the original, right? So we're basically doing a rounding. We just want to we just want to increase here. There we go. 225, negative 90, negative 45, 0, 45, 90, 135, 180, negative 90. There we go. Boom! I think we solved it. Oop. Something looked weird there. So 0, 45, 90, 135, 180, 180 to became a negative 90. It became a 0. Okay, so there's a little funky something right there. Okay. So let's do now. Let's handle a clamp. We need to clamp angle. 360, yeah. Maximum of 360 and a minimum, or maximum of 180 and a minimum of negative 180, I think. That might not do what we want it to do. We might need to set it manually if it reaches. Yeah. Because it is going up to 225. I am confused by where the rotation begins. I don't know what this clamp angle. We'll clamp to nearest boundary. Oh, wait a second. That may have been what we... This may have done everything we wanted. I'm going to try something real fast, because there may be something that's already programmed in here. Clamp angle. Actually 0 to 45, right? Return value. Multiply by... No, we don't need to do that. Go ahead and truncate it. Add 45. Let's spit it out. No. Nope. It doesn't do exactly what we... It's almost... This is kind of what we were doing, but there, I think it required some other stuff in there. So let's go back to what we were. So we take our dividend, we divide by 45. We check if we are above, or if our remainder was above or below their rounding. If it is, we round up. If not, we take our return. Or we add 1 if we're above 0.5. And then we return that. So we just need to solve this, what is the value that Unreal flips around the circle? So let's get our cube out there. Let's lock it so we can watch it. 45. 46. 47. What happened? What did I not connect correctly here? Oh, forgetting to multiply by 45. And then adding 45. The pre-existing function seems to do something similar, but not exactly what we need. There's a clamp angle, and I don't fully understand what it does. So we're skipping from 180 to negative 90. Is that what's happening here? So why 180 to negative 9? So negative 45 this should go to 0. It goes to a positive 45. Let's find out what Unreal's for angle. What is clamp? Let's look at clamp angle. What does clamp angle do? Unreal Engine 4 angle switches to negative. There we go. Rotation's negative after 180 degrees. If your calculation's over 180, subtract 360 degrees from it, otherwise don't. You can use get denormalized to convert an F rotator from the negative 180 to 180 format into the 0 to 360 format. Maybe that's what we need to do? Get the denormalized. So I don't. I think if we just subtract 360, then do this maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Might need to go into C++. So that's working, right? Am I crazy? Got our cube. Lock it. 45, 90. That's wild. Oh, there's a negative 10. There's a 45, a 90, a 135, a 180, a negative 135. Negative 135 to negative 90. Unreal degrees are odd. So if we just do this same thing, let's try and get it going into our I don't think this minus 360 is exactly what we're wanting to do here. We're going to add a negative 45. Whoops. You can do multiple additions in the same node right there, apparently. I might this might get moved over into C++ since we're doing so much questionable math here. Okay, subtraction's not working. The addition seems to be going okay. Maybe this needs to maybe add 360 here. And we're getting stuck again. Oh, maybe we subtract one here. No. Be adding one. Multiply by 45. How about we're going to subtract 45, which is what we were doing. We were adding a negative 45. Let's get our prints in here too. Who would have thought rotating an object in even 45-degree angles would be so difficult? So what's it doing down here? Let's see, UA4, clamp to 45-degree multiples. Oh, I think somebody else is trying to do what I want to do. Let's see what it... We might be as close to what we're able to do as we can. I switched, rather than negatives, we're positive 315. But let's try this in C++. This is protected. We don't need to call this anywhere. This is going to be a U function. Blueprint callable. Category. Token transforms. Token transform. We'll call this void rotate token, and this will take in ABG token pointer token. And maybe we should put this on an axis rather than an action. Print the string and we take the axis. This should be 1 and maybe a -1. Yep, -1 and a +1 when we go up. Okay, that works. So over here, I want a float value. Actually, we don't that. We just want rotate token, float value, and then over here, we need to find, let's see, get input, set up input component, get input component? We already have it. Input component. Find axis, rotate. This ABG player. There we go. It's passing in a value. This needs to be in C++ rather than on our player controller, so we're going to name this as old. And here we need a U property. Edit anywhere, blueprint, read write, category equals BG, player controller config. This is a BG token pointer. I want this to be forward declared. This is our selected token. So we do a if selected token. Do we have a selected token? Is it a valid pointer, not null? We're going to do our math here. So if the value's 1, we're going to add 45 degrees. If it's -1, we're going to subtract 45 degrees. So we want to get the rotation. This is where, there we go, get denormalized. This is where C++ shines. Some of this stuff is not in blueprints. Create a copy of this rotator and denormalize it, clamping each axis to 0 to 360 degrees, or the value. So we're actually going to do that here. So now, this should be from 0 to, this should hold values from 0 to 360. So our original rotation on the Z, on the yaw, this is, now we can do our math from a 0 to 360 perspective without those negatives. We're going to do we're going to divide by 45. So we need to get our remainder as well as our return value. So our float remainder is equal to the original rotation's yaw mod 45. This is a float. Oh, not mod, duh. Because that's the remainder. We want that as a float. Yes, we're not changing that. That can be a const. Now we want the int our int mod quotient, right? The quotient is the result. Am I remembering my math correctly? Define quotient. Yeah, the result obtained by dividing one quantity by another. Okay, so our mod quotient is our original rotation yaw mod 45. This time it's just an int, right? This is how do we modulo on float? Fmod? Fmod? Returns the floating point remainder of x divided by y. Warning, always returns remainder toward 0. For example, 2.8 float modded 2 gives 0.8f as you expect. However, okay, so I don't think we have to worry about that because we've done a get denormalized, so we're between 0 and 360, so we shouldn't have negatives here. So if we toss in our original rotation yaw and our 45, that should give us, it returns a float. This gives us the remainder. That's not what we wanted. What we want is the actual quotient, right? Wait. What am I doing? And that should, since it's an int, that should do it. I think I was making that too complicated, right? Because int will automatically, it's just going to cut off. It should just do a truncating. So now we can make that const again. Now, we check if our quotient is greater than 0.5, or a remainder. If remainder is greater than 0.5f, mod quotient plus mod quotient. Then we need to mod quotient by 45 and add 45. And then, oh, hold on. If value greater than 0, we're adding that. Else quotient. This is if value is not equal to 0. Also, all of this. We don't do anything if we don't have anything coming in the mouse wheel. And then we need to do our selected token dot set actor rotation f rotator to 0. What order is these? Are these in? Pitch, yaw, roll. So the middle one. So 0, and then this is going to be our new mod quotient, I believe. And another, okay. Const. That doesn't need to be mod, just quotient. We're gonna save. I want to save everything because we are introducing a new variable. I didn't mean to build, but whatever. Pile. I don't know what the difference is between hitting compile in there and me hitting compile here. Okay, so let's find everywhere that we have references to this, and we need to set our new one. This is why I didn't want our selected token here to be a blueprint token, because we wouldn't have been able to do this if it was a blueprint token. I want the parent C++ class, because now we were able to move it over to C++ without the hierarchy being all messed up. If that makes sense. And we're still able to pass it through. So we're able to do stuff in the C++ and in the blueprint together, which is what I'm trying to accomplish. And our last one here is the same. So, I believe we can get rid of that. Cool. No problems. Let's go ahead and deselect that because it should be, this should be bound right here to our rotate, which is the name of that we put on the axis there. So what happens? No crashes when I use the wheel on nothing. Oh, it's almost so clean. Look at that. Forward's working. Oh, it's got a little funkiness still to it. Let's fix our, let's just refine it. Let's see. Let's get some prints going. Let's see. Remainder is a float, I think, comma F is how that works, and then we put out remainder. Quotient is an integer. I think it's just a D, maybe. I don't think we need semicolons on macros. Hold quotient, and then down here we're gonna do a quotient. So we'll watch the output log down here in the corner and see what we're getting. 0 to 45 becomes, okay, so our remainder was 1. Old quotient was 0, 90. Okay, 1 becomes 135. 3 to 25. That's interesting. That might be our issue right there, is the rounding. 5, 315. 6, 360. 7, 405. Yep, and then we hit 90, 35. Yeah. I think getting close. This is probably where we have a flaw. So let's say we've got a 44.8 angle. We're dividing by 45. Our remainder becomes 0.99555. Our quotient is 0. If our remainder is greater than 0.5, which it is, we're upping our quotient by 1. It becomes 1. Our 0 became a 1 here. Multiply it, 1 times 45, and take it, so it becomes 45. Our value coming in from our mouse wheel when we go up is greater than 0. We take our quotient, we're adding 45, so it becomes 90. I want to be explicit here. I think that did it. Oh, we skipped right there. So we had a 270. What happened? So we had 270 divided by 45, which gave us a 0 remainder and a quotient of 6. The remainder was not greater than 0.5, so we didn't do this. Took our quotient of 6, we multiplied by 45 back to 270. 315. But what happened was we went to 360. I think I know what's happening. Okay, let's do UE log of log temp warning text is going to be our mouse wheel value, which is a float. I bet the accuracy of using the mouse wheel on an axis is getting us little jitters in there, and so it maybe it did it twice. All right, mouse wheel value is a 1 0 0 45. We're good. 1 took us to 90. Okay. Aha. Okay, so this 405 right here, I think this is where we need to fix it. We need to clamp. Once we hit 360, we need to return back to 0. So before we do this, okay. If quotient, and this is where we'll let's see, if quotient is greater than or equal to 360, quotient is equal to 0. $45, $90, $135, $180, $225, $270, $315, $360, $405. However, okay, wait. So we went to our 360. Let's get back there. 315, 360, 405. Are we doing it at the wrong moment? Yes, we are. We need to do it up here. let's see. Original rotation dot yaw. Greater than or equal to 360 question mark. If so, you 0. Not use it. So tertiary inline right there. If we have a yaw that is greater than or equal to 360 degrees, use 0 instead. I think that'll do it. My instant floats are getting really messy right here, but I'm not sure what if it might be okay. Let's see. 45, 90, 135, 180, 225, 270, 315, 360. There's our 405 again, and a 90. Why are we getting 405? What if it's slightly under? So we're getting a 7.99 right there, huh? Do the same thing down here. If it is, if this is 360, then I want to use a 0. If not, then go ahead and use it. Need those parentheses. $45, $90, $135, $180. Oof, $180 jumped again. $315, $360, $405, $90, $135, $180. $225. Does that look like? There's our 270. Our 315. There's our 360. And it's still going to a 405. Because this is probably not going to be an exact So, okay, so if we're getting something like a 350, that's not going to do it. There's my calculator. So halfway between 350 and 360. So if it's greater than 3, that one, that's what we want. So if we're above the halfway marker, then we know we're on it. We're somewhere just greater. We're greater than the halfway marker towards 360, which we're always going, based on how we're rotating, it's going to be very small, the error here, usually, hopefully. But we want to just bump up to our 0 or 360. If not, use the original. Down here, let's return back to just passing the quotient for simplicity's sake. We can put that back on its same line. $45, $90, $135, $180, $225, $270, $315, $360, $90, $135, $180, $270. So again, it did a jump, and I think it's just because the wheel sucks in terms of accuracy. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It jumped again. See that? Might be that. If it is 0.5, if it's exactly half, we want to. Six, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we fixed it. Oh, there's the jump again. Why'd it jump? It jumped. We have a... So when we picked it up, Don't need that anymore. But we're getting there. I want to print the yaw also. That's what I want to do that. Right? F rotator. Make an F rotator. This is the new rotation equal to 0.f quotient and 0.f. Right? Is that how you make a... There we go. How do you use the normalize? There we go. So that should unwind it if we're all messed up. We've got some prints. Just more cleaning up, getting this a little bit more accurate. Our incoming yaw was 0. We went to 45. So we set 45 to 90 to 135 to 180 to 225. Yikes. So what happened there? No, come back. Why did it minimize everything? I don't want things minimized. So we had a 225 coming in. At 225 come in. We divided by 45. That gave us a remainder of 5. That shouldn't have given us a remainder. Ah. It's been right in front of me this whole time. This should be the F mod. I've just been getting the raw float entirely. It's almost time for lunch. That's what that means. I need some food. So, now we actually have the modulo of that situation. So that should be... Yeah. No. What is that? Why is... Why is it doing that? Something's up. Why is fmod screwing up? Yaw's afloat. This should be denormalized, right? Yes, it's denormalized. So we get a denormalized float right here. We're dividing by a float, and fmod should be giving us a remainder. And that remainder, for some reason, is coming out as like 44. Oh. Okay, so I think I know what's going on. So we had an incoming yaw of 30. For some reason, it got shifted. So that's the other annoying thing. It's not. So if we got a, yeah, if we, the whole thing is not divisible. So that's what's happening there. The whole thing's not divisible by 45. So the whole remainder. But so sometimes we might have a full remainder if we're below 45. So if our remainder is under, so we also need to care about the whole integers on the left side of that decimal. So is that actually what we're looking for? Anything that is below that, if it's greater than halfway, if it's on its way to being 45 degrees, if it's somewhere in that error range, then we bump it and move towards 90. If we're not here, then we want to go to 40. Then we want to go to 45. Wish that we could just stick to a nice even multiples of 45, but things get moved with the physics engine. Okay, so there's our 45, 90, 135. Now we're up to 180, 225, 270, our 315. There's our 360. Back to a 90. I wanted to go to 45 there, so there's a little hiccup. but I think we're getting closer. So let's just fix that 360 jump into 90. How's our negatives? So we need to clamp our on the same thing as like what we're doing right here. If it's if we go negative, we need to add 360. So if our quotient is less than 0, do that. Or we could just add 315 here. And this is probably where it's just not accurate enough for for our issue of jumping from 360 to 90. So how do we handle? Okay, so there's our issue there again. Reset back to 0. Okay. I want to do this. I think that'll add 360 degrees if it's less than 0. If not, it'll just leave it alone. There we go. Okay, that's cleaner. Okay, so there's that. It cleaned up. Now let's fix our okay. How about just that? It's got to be greater. No, it needs to be greater than or equal to. So what was happening there at the end? So if we're coming in and we're at 360, then we want to go to 0. So if our remainder and our quotient is so our incoming yaw was close to 300. Our incoming yaw right here was pretty much 360 degrees. which means that we used 0 here, right? 0 divided by 45, and we got that big, giant remainder. So less than. Will that fix our issue right there? There's our 45 and our 90. There it is. I think we got it. Woo! So if we put out, let's do our walls. We've got a wall there, lock it. A wall there, lock it. I don't have a corner yet, but locked. Look at that. We now are able, we've got a pretty good, we unlocked. All right. Rotate token. We're going to name that instead. Rotate token. If our yaw is close to 360, then don't upgrade. Quote. We shoot 45. All right. So that should still work. Just change the name for a little bit more accuracy on that. And if we server client, so if our server does a cube, it also rotates. Client gets it, it rotates. Our wall, locked. 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 Cool. So we now have our rotating walls. So we can start putting together hallways. That's fast. That's quick. I like it. I think we could probably get rid of this highly polished marble texture on these things, or at least reduce the reflective quality of them. I don't think that's entirely needed. Let's find that. Go. I open up. I want to find it. Content browser. There we go. Get our marble. What about concrete tiles? Would this look better with concrete? I don't have the UV set up yet, but yeah, so it's okay. Let's switch from, let's keep our marble. But let's get a material instance of it. Here. Whoops. Move that back. There we go. And on these guys, a little less reflective. That's better. Okay. I think I'm gonna take a break and eat some lunch, and then we'll come back and what should we do next? Maybe we look into how about the differentiation between the game master and the player, so that a player can have permission to move a pawn around, but environmental stuff such as the walls that a game master might put out are not controllable by a player. Yeah, let's start looking into some control differences between networked people. So back in like 10 or 15 minutes. Okay. And we're back. That's some fine, good music, Lo-Fi Geek. Fine, good music. That's a damn good cup of coffee. Let us differentiate our game master and our players. We don't have a lobby or any kind of menu system set up. We could start diving into that. Excuse me. That is a bit more complex, however, because once you start going down that path, testing we'll have to figure out how to either easily test bypassing that menu system where we can just hit play and work with our map, our game map itself, or every single time we want to test it, we have to go through the lobby and the setting up of the game. So that is the conundrum and where we are now. So maybe we can just manipulate some of these variables ourselves. So we have our pawn. This is the physical representation of our character in world space. I'm thinking our capsule component can go a little bit bigger. So that we're not whacking into stuff visibly. And let's okay, it ignores on the visibility trace channel, so that shouldn't interfere with our ability to pick things up. Yeah, we're still doing that. However, if we come up and we slam into there, that's cleaner. Our camera doesn't go inside. Same if we drop a couple items on the ground here. Alright, that feels better. Set that to a flat 90 and a 90. And let's do some of that in C++ also. So our capsule half height and radius. So that's set. I think the player controller, get rid of that now since it's in C++. We are calling the reset token rotation, but we're not using that. And I'm I'm thinking teleport physics on that too, so it doesn't like spin out of control and kill something by accident. So yeah, because right here, begin play, this is where we're making the HUD. So it would make sense here because we're making a game master HUD here. So we need a variable to tell us, are we the game master or we are the player, so that we branch here and we give specific controls to our game master, but limited controls to our players. So we can close our pawn up and the token for now. In the player controller, we're making a new U property. This is edit anywhere and blueprint read write category BG player controller config. This is going to be, I think, just a Boolean, an 8, a uint 8 called game master permissions, 1 bit as a Boolean, and then over in our we don't have a constructor. That would be public. And here we say b game master permissions equals 0 or false by default. So we'll turn that on. Yeah. So we've got a Boolean. Which now over in our player controller, yeah, see, we can get it. We have a default value of false. So we could check now, do we have the game master permissions? Ah. Because we recompiled, we have the hot reload error. Load back up. See what we need to fix now that we've broken things. This is set properly, right? We didn't lose anything. No, we're good. All right, player controller, how we doing here? We're good. Okay, so this is where the lobby would be good, because coming from the lobby, we can then define who the game master is. So I think all right. Let's start doing that. So I actually have another project that I'm going to start yanking from. or multiplayer lobby stuff. So let's rename this level. This is going to be our default game level. Default game map. We need a new one. Empty. This one will save as our main menu. Okay, so we need to start making some separation here between our game and our menu stuff. So main menu folder for UI. We need our our widget for our main menu. And this is going to be loosely based on Unreal's own tutorial on multiplayer lobbies, and then it was redone on YouTube by Dev Addict. He has a whole series that that I was following on this. So we will be doing some similar stuff to that. So what we need, we've got a canvas panel. We need to put a border in here. This border is going to be centered. 5.5. I don't know scaling wise how well this works. And then in this border we're going to, let's get the color dark. And we need a vertical box in here. This vertical box is going to hold buttons. So I like to wrap buttons in size boxes. Ignore width override, but a height grid, and put a button in there. This is going to be our post game button. Text. Post game. .42. Give it an outline. Post game. Change the button to nice green. Let's put a text in there. We'll put it above. And centered. Name. Woo. Okay, so these, we want a find game button. This one will be of, I don't know, like a blue. And let's just do a quit. We don't have any options right now. Quit button. And this one's going to be of red. Okay. There we go. Border size to content. So there's our main menu. Right? Yep. And now when we, this, our main menu level on begin play, we want to show the main menu. So, that's going to be done via the game instance. Do we have a game instance yet? We don't. So we're going to make a game instance. The game instance, it is consistent across all levels. So I'm going to move, let's see, let's put me back over here. And the game instance transfers across levels, so it stays consistent. The data in it isn't reset like other things get reset when you load a new level. So we're moving from a main menu into the actual game, and some of these things need to just exist. So our game instance, if I can find it, my other project here. Is what's going to be handling some of these kind of server networky type functions. So yeah, a user interface. We need to give this. I don't think we need anything in the C++. I just wanted it to exist there first. Now we're going to make a blueprint class off of our game instance. BP game. Game instance. Okay. So save that, and now in our project settings, maps and modes, our game instance is our BP game instance. And our game mode is our BP game mode. Okay. That should all be correct. We'll probably make a game state soon. Okay. Now let's add an interface. So our BPI game instance. So this is the interface for our game instance, and this is going to have a few things so that we can call outside. So we need a show main menu. we're going to need a show host menu, show server menu, show options menu, join server, launch lobby, show loading screen, destroy session caller, save game check. We're not saving, so let's not do that yet. And then get game instance reference. And that is going to have an output of our game instance, EP game instance, so that we can quickly grab it just like we were doing with other stuff. So let's see, did any of these have inputs? Yes. So join server is going to need a session to join, and it's going to be of type blueprint session result. Launch lobby is going to have a number of players, which is an integer, a boolean of enable LAN, and the server name. And destroy session caller is going to have an input of our player controller. Let's go with BG player controller. Okay, I think that's all we need at the moment. Now, now we need to give our game instance that interface. And our show main menu. Let's make an event graph called user interface. Just keep these things separate. So event show main menu. When this interface is called, when this function is called through the interface by something else, we're going to create a widget of our main menu. This, we're local, so we can get player controller 0, because we haven't joined a game yet. 0 is always just going to be our local person. We're going to promote this to a variable and call this our main menu. I'm going to put this into references category. We're doing a validated get. Do we have a main menu yet? If not, we're making it. If we do, or we've just made it, we need to add to viewport. And then just in case, we want our mouse cursor. So that's how we show the main menu, and we're going to call that as soon as the main menu level is loaded. So we get the game instance, get game instance reference, so our kind of game instance out of it, show main menu. We are loading the wrong game. Default map is going to be our main menu. Editor startup, default game map. So this should now show it. Did it not? Why didn't it? Probably because our BP player controller is doing this still, event begin play. We're creating that. So we don't want to do that just yet. Yeah, our BP game instance exists. We are in our main menu. See if it's called. It's not even called. Oh, duh. We forgot to return ourselves. There we go. Boom. Nothing happens yet, but we've got our main menu. Okay. So, I want these as clients. One quick thing here. On construct. Want this as a reference in our main menu. Don't like spaces in my names for variables. Okay. So we need to make a couple more UIs. WP host menu. Gonna add a border in here. Be centered. 5.5. Size to content. And in there, another vertical box. In the vertical box, our title at the top. Post game setup. Our border, let's make that black again. Post game setup, let's bump that back up to 42 like our main menu. Okay. We want another text under that. Server name. Centered, and underneath that is going to be a text box. Which name into it. Our font will bump up to 24. I think that's all we need there. We can change the background color, darken it a little bit. 5. So this is going to be our server name entry box. We want another text under that for number of players and centered. And the way that this was set up was rather than entering a number, it's an increment and decrement of an integer. So there's a horizontal box down here. We've got 2 buttons, which I'm going to wrap in size boxes. Let's make one first. Button in the size box. Buttons. Got 100 by 100. About 75, 75. This is going to be our decrement player count button. And we'll put a text on the button with like a minus 36, 42, yeah. 42, the button, let's change its color to a red. And then, so we'll want another one. This is the increment player count button. Plus on that, the button will be green. And then between them, we put a text. And this will have a number in there. It is going to be centered. Centered. Bump that up. And this is going to be, this horizontal box is centered. This text, I would like to put spacer between here and here. I don't need it on the Y, but here I want 15 and 15. And this we can give some padding, like 5 also. That looks better. Okay, so this is going to be the player count text, and that's going to be a variable. Or actually, it's just going to be, that's going to have a binding, it's not going to be a variable. Okay, similarly now, underneath that, we're going to have our LAN how about so LAN or online be centered. Bump these up in size a little bit. 32. 32. 32. All right, same thing underneath LAN or online. I'm gonna duplicate that, put it beneath, except this will be LAN. Network mode decrement network mode button. Increment network mode button. Right? And this will say what it is. This can instead be a okay, so that is going to be our host game setup. We need a accept and back button underneath, so we need another horizontal box. Underneath everything. This will have 2 buttons in it, also wrapped. These will be 75 by 75. Put a button inside. This is going to be our back button. You know what? We're going to make the size box actually wider. About 50 by 100. The text. Never mind, let's make it 75 by 100. There we go. So there's our back button. And our accept button. The blue, since so yeah, we'll do fill and fill. Sure. And let's do a spacer. This spacer 5. All right, that looks good. Looks good to me. So on the main menu, when we click this host button, we get our game instance and we show host menu. And we remove from parent ourselves. I'm going to do it after. And in game instance, we need to make that function show the host menu. Show host menu. Oops. Show host menu the event, our interface. When that's called, it's pretty much the same thing as this, except we're making the host menu, make a variable host menu, put that in references as well. We're doing a validated get also again. If we don't have it, we make it. Once we do have it, we add to viewport. And that's it. So I think that should be, we should be able to test that. Yep. Cool. None, trying to get there. Duh. I don't want you to get there. Why are you trying to do that? I don't necessarily want you to do that. Is the server trying to? That might be it. That might be what's going on. So if we check out. So here, how about because we don't want to do this if we're I think the server's trying to do this. If that fixes it. Looks like it. Cool. So that's what you gotta do. Because the server does not need to, it can't make user interfaces. However, for a listen server, yeah, okay. That's what we need to do, not this. Get our player controller who launches the game. If we are local, we do that. that's what we want to do. Okay, that fixed it. So now we can run as a listen server. So if we're not a dedicated, but if we're launching the game, everybody's going to be their own server, right? And then we want to host it, and then people can join it. Launch a separate. There we go. So there we go. 2 standalones to test. Oh. Oh, right, because the servers, now we have we're launching a server in the background. So what we need to do is this valid. And then if it's valid, we continue. So, we should make this into like a macro. So, check for local, get local. The output is going to be of type. That's player controller. Get player controller is valid. Just an execute. So this is just comes in. It checks if it is a valid player controller. If it is local. Do we need to, we don't. We just need an execute out. This is just, we'll call this. If true, no. So, is local. I got a cat crying in the background. I don't know if you can hear that. This doesn't seem right. I don't know if this should be a macro. Hi. What's up? You didn't eat at lunchtime. Yeah. You're being kind of noisy. I'm on a stream right now. On TV. Come on up. There we go. Say hey to everybody. Hi. What's up? Yeah? All right. Don't play with the headphones. You get to sit in my lap, but that's it. All right. Do we want to do this as a macro? I don't know if that makes sense. Stop it. Stop. You need to sit still if you're going to sit in my lap. Wow, you are needy. Headbutting me. Okay, stop. Let's not do that to the stream. There are children out there. Okay, stop. I don't know if this is going to work. You're cute and adorable and fluffy, but I need to work. So, yeah, let's not worry about that macro for now, and just check it's valid. If it's valid, we keep going on. Okay, and that should... Cool. No errors. So we're handling the background server, not doing any of this stuff. Now that we have that done, we're going to see. We need to make a server menu now. So we've got host menu, which is that. Let's make our server menu. I want to call this the find game menu. I want to call this the host game menu. And I'm going to rename this as show find game menu, show host game menu. Okay, we're good. All right, find game menu is going to be very similar once again. Making interfaces is kind of mundane and boring, but we gotta do it. Had a coffee at 1:30 in the afternoon. I probably won't sleep later. Switch to bubbly. Refreshing. So, once again, I'm gonna toss in the border. Border centered. 0.5. Reset those. Give it a color of black. Throw in our title. This is our border needs to size to content. This is our find a game. Bump that up to our 42. Another text. Oh, we forgot our vertical box. Wrap with vertical box. This will be centered. Was that centered? No, center it. This is going to say network. How about network type? And beneath that is once again, it's going to be this. So we're going to just copy that and we're going to paste it here. also going to copy our that. And I want my spacer as well. Whoops, not there. Vertical box. Find a game. Okay, so that's our find game menu. So here, when we click our find game button, and then we remove from parent, except we're not calling host game menu, we're calling find game menu. Okay, we need to make that in the game instance now. So this is our main menu. This is our host game menu. Event show find game menu. And once again, identical. We need to do this again. And then we need to create widget of the find game menu. We're going to promote this. Are we promoting this to a variable? We are not, because I guess we're just gonna make this every time. So true, add to viewport. Cool. All right, so we got that now. Let's make our loading screen. Our loading screen can be at the top here. Let's make a new folder for gameplay, which will be all of this stuff. In our top folder, we'll put universal things such as this WP loading screen, which is going to have a border that fills the whole screen with black. It stretches. I don't know why they have offsets. By default, when you want it stretching the whole screen, that doesn't make sense to me. All right, we're going to do a horizontal box. This horizontal box is going to sit on the right and at the bottom. So one of these little loading kind of things. Put some text. There's our loading text. We'll bump that up to a nice 64. Make it light. And then we're going to do what is called a circular throbber. This circular throbber, bump up in the radius to a nice 64 as well. How about a 32? No, 64. I just want this text to be centered. The throbber, we could give, yeah, make it a bit more of a trail. Why not? Because it makes us dizzy, that's why. Let's drop that back to the original. So there's our loading screen. We don't need to do anything else in here. That's it. I'm going to call this the loading robber, since it is a variable for some reason. Interesting. You can give it an image. What happens when you give it an image? Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Alright, well, at some point we'll have some custom textures in there, but for now, we'll just keep it as the default. But that's pretty cool. Okay. We need to come back. Other project off screen. We need to, on our game instance, going down this interface list, basically. Event show loading screen. And this, we will make a reference. So, once again, we do this. And we do this with owning player, with a loading screen. Promote to variable, loading screen, dump that in our references, do a validated get. If it's not valid, we make it. Once it's made, or we do have it, we add to viewport. Excuse me. And that's our loading screen. Okay. Okay. In our main menu, let's go ahead and add the functionality of our quit. We get owning player of our main menu, and we do a quit game. That's it, I believe, for now. So there's our very simple main menu. Let's work on post-game functionality. So we go to the host game menu. On the construct here, we're going to get the game instance, get the game instance reference to our specific type of game instance. Once again, we're going to promote that to a variable so we have it, because then you have it, you know? We'll keep things organized, references. We want this to be emptied, set text, just to clear it in case it was filled. Can we just clear? No. Okay, so that's our construct. We want to on text changed. So not committed yet, but changed. We don't want to be able to launch a server if the name box is empty. So is empty. If it's not empty, I like having positives above. So if it's not empty, then we're going to set. We need a variable, our server name. We're going to set this to the text, whatever we change it to, and then our accept button set is enabled to true. And we're doing the, if it is empty, we're doing that. There's no point in... Hold on. Why are we doing this over here? This is getting set regardless. So this toggles the accept, but not, let's see, empty server name is not valid. Is not allowed. Put that over there. Alright, so let's make the back button. So when we click the back button, we're going to get our game instance and show the main menu again. We're going to remove from parent ourselves. We're going to, let's work on our player count. So we're going to bind it to an integer. So our player count, this is an int. Player count by default, it's just going to be is 1. Oh, we can do ranges. So I'm gonna do 1 to 8. And 1 to 8 also on the slider range. Why didn't we do that? A slider. I don't know. Let's make a new category called config. These are going to be in the widgets. So our increment player count button, first of all, this is going to be bound to the player count. When we hit the increment player count button, we increment. And I don't think we need to clamp. Because of the range here. Yeah. Cool. I didn't know that was a thing. Now I do. And this one we're going to decrement. And if we test just that host game, interesting. Well, we know that works. We'll get to that. I'll figure that out. But why? So I guess that doesn't... Guess this doesn't do what I thought it did. So we will have to clamp between 1 and 8. And then we set. Same thing. And then we set. Alright. Now it's working. Oh. That's why that error's popping up. So we need to... This is our gameplay player controller. We need to make just like a menu player controller, I think. Maybe, no. This one can just be a standard blueprint. I don't think we need. So this is our BP menu player controller. So this map here, we've got a game mode base here for that, and this controls our BP player controller and such. We need a game mode for our menu. So BP menu game mode base. And this is going to be our menu player controller. And this will have seamless travel so it doesn't disconnect anyone when we load into the next game mode. So this... This will have our menu. And then this hold on. Where are we doing game mode? Is that being handled? Might be world settings. Yeah, okay. So our main menu is going to have our menu game mode base, which is that. And our default, this will switch. So I think okay, we're good still. So our menu player controller doesn't do anything. This we'll store some data and then we'll load it over when we're launching the game. We can close that. This is our game mode base. This is for gameplay, which I'm going to rename. So gameplay. Everything working happy still? Okay. All right. This is our gameplay BPI, and this is our gameplay. Make sure this is still okay. This is still okay. Looks like it. I'm going to you can't change that out. All right. Okay. And if we go and load our default game, yes, slave selected. Is it still, are we still good over here? We are. All right. We can still test over there. Okay. So let's get our okay, this is where we were at. We've got our player count up and down. And now let's get our network. So network mode text. So our network mode text by default we'll say LAN. We'll bind it. It's weird. Object property? Why is it doing that? Why are you doing that? What's going on here? Stop that. That's bizarre. That was fine going to an integer. Why is this? Oh, it's probably because they're named the same. Get rid of that stuff just in case. Yep. I was getting confused because they were named the same thing. Alright, so if we increment the network mode, we click that and decrement the network mode, what we're going to do is we are going to have a Boolean enable LAN, which is true by default, since and we will be doing, we'll be knotting it, so we're just flipping. Excuse me. And then our network mode text will be set based on that Boolean. False, online, true, LAN. There you go. Okay. So that's working. That is all we need to do except for the accept button. Our accept button is a, so this is player count. This is mode. The back button and construct. So the accept button is going to launch the lobby, which we could work on. We have to make a lobby, though. So that's a new level. So the lobby doesn't have anything. Okay. Blueprints. We're gonna have our gameplay blueprints. And we're going to have our menu stuff. We're gonna have lobby. And we'll do menu. So in our lobby, this is where we need a game mode for the lobby also, as well as a player controller. And for our levels, we're going to need a lobby level. And the lobby is going to use that, which uses our lobby player controller. So now we have things separated out. All right, so the lobby, we need some user interface now as well. So our lobby menu. The lobby menu. This is going to have a grid panel. It's going to look like your standard kind of, so we're going to make this stretched. 0. This is going to have a border in it. This will look like your standard multiplayer lobby with some frames scattered around. So our lobby settings, these are going to be our lobby settings variable, this panel. This stretches, we're going to give it a black. And within that, we need a vertical box. And in the vertical box, we have our text, which is going to be our server name. And we'll make that nice and big. Underneath, we're going to have a horizontal box. And here, so this tutorial I followed had map selections that would work more for like a Halo or an FPS type thing if you're selecting a map that you're going to all spawn on to shoot each other. We don't have that. So we don't need to worry about map names or time. All we need is players, player count, and game master, and to return to full circle back to why we began this long journey of starting the lobby stuff. We're going to need game master and player differentiation. So we can just ignore that horizontal box for now. Toss in a vertical box. No, we don't need, we already have a vertical box. Let's go ahead and put this guy centered a little bit. Since it's going to be a smaller, it's going to be smaller than other stuff. So let's get size box. We're going to make buttons now. This is our start ready button. No, this is just a size box. Ugh. Getting tired. But we can power through. Size box with a button. This size box, no width override, but the height, go with 100. You know what? Width 75. We're gonna center these. There we go. How about a nice 300 and 100? Put a text in that button. So this button is our start ready button. The text either says start or ready. This is going to change based on if we are running the server or if we are the connecting player. Start and ready. I'm going to bump that up to a nice 38. Let's give it an outline. Like we did on our other, we didn't, but we do it on the main menu? We did. That looks better. Same thing here. Okay. We have start ready. Game settings. Settings button, which will be yellow. And we're going to have a color so that players are color coded. So select color button. Actually, let's make settings blue. And this select color. So settings, I believe, will be invisible if you're not the game master. And then we need a leave lobby button. Okay. So this also has a chat which we can build another time. So to the right we need our player list. So our player list, so collapse. This is our lobby settings. So we're going to add another border to the grid panel, which is going to be to the right. This is our player list, also a variable. We're going to make it black as well. We're going to put a vertical box in it. And in that vertical box, we will put a horizontal box. This is the header bar. And in that header bar, put a text that says players. Bump that to like 36. Light. We're going to put a, let's see, so players is going to be on the left of that bar, and then we're going to have a, another text, which will be on the right of the bar. And this is going to be, total number. And this one can be just, I don't know, italic. What do we do? 38 over here? 36. I'll do light as well. So I don't think that worked. I think if we want to fill, no, let's put a spacer. Spacer between them with, I don't know, 250. Okay, so we also are going to need a vertical box in there. Inside the vertical box, this now is this fills, and this is our actual player list vertical box. This is the player list panel. This is the lobby buttons panel. This is the player list. That's better. And then let's quickly just make the chat window, just so we can add it in here. This is a universal one, so WP chat window. This will be used in everything, so we can just have it here. This is going to not have a canvas panel, but just a border, which will be black. We're going to go with a 0.5 background on this one. And you know what? I kind of want to wrap it with a background blur, because if this is in game, let's blur behind the chat window. And inside this border, we want a vertical box. And in the vertical box, we're going to want a scroll box. This is the chat log, which will be a variable. And then we want a text entry at the bottom. So the chat log fills the whole thing. The editable, this is the chat entry box. And this, so we're gonna go, I don't know, 16-point font. Enter a message to chat. Font family, Roboto, regular, and the background 0.5. Okay, so that's our chat window. In our lobby, we're going to add our chat window to the grid panel, which is going to be beneath this. Go back here. So how does this set up? So our lobby panel should be at 0, 0. Span, right? So this is going to span 2 rows. There we go. This is our, oops. This is our chat window. Our chat window fill rules, that's what we want. Our fill rules. So our 0 is going to be 0.5, and our 1 is our columns are 0.5, and then our rows, row 0 is a 0, and this one is a 0.5. Is that right? Don't size to content. Here we go. This is how. Okay. So let's go ahead and stretch again. Just fill the whole dang screen. So that's better. I want these buttons. Let's do it over there. Okay, this. There. Set these to fill and fill. We don't need a spacer anymore. Okay. All right, so if we go back to our main menu, our game instance launched lobby. Okay. So we need a network play graph. Event launch lobby. Our game instance needs some variables, so it's going to be our player count. This under config. This is going to get set from incoming. We need a server name. This will get set from the incoming as well. We are going to show the loading screen. We will then create a session. This is for the default online subsystem. We're going to get our player controller. Let's just be safe. Player controller, is it valid? Is it a local controller? If so, create the session. LAN comes from our input, and our connections comes from player count that we just set. On success, open level by, how about reference? Open level by object reference lobby. That seems safer. to do a macro for showing an error message. Show error message. This is going to, we have an error found exec input, a string error message. This is of type string. We are going to create an error window. Quick. So we got to handle things if things go wrong with networking. So this is our error window. Our error window has no canvas panel, it has an overlay. This overlay has a border, which we'll make black. And we can give it a 5. Put in a vertical box into the border. Vertical box will have a text that says error. Big. Oh, nice 7.5 should do. Toss in a spacer. 5. Another text. This is the error message. Center that. And then we'll do a size box for our accept button. We'll do our 300 by 100. This button's color, let's just do orange. The accept button, text, and this will say okay. You know, we acknowledge there was an error, but we don't have to like it. Do a couple things over in the graph real quick. On the construct, we need a custom event of set message, and we will be setting the set message takes a string in, incoming message, string, set text, from that string, called when making the error window. Right? Yeah, because we don't want to make this on spawn, because if we have multiple errors, we have to keep resetting it, and we don't want to just set it once when it's on spawn. So having an event is better. When the accept button is clicked, we get the game instance. Get the game instance reference. We're going to destroy the session caller. We haven't made this function yet. Get owning player. Wants a BG controller. So let me fix that. Destroy session caller. It should just be its standard player controller, just raw. There we go. We're going to destroy the session caller, and then we're going to show the main menu. And remove from parent ourselves. Okay. Oh. This destroy the session, open the main menu, close the, there we go. Let's go back to our error message. So if an error is found, create a widget of our error. Get player controller, just get player controller, which is going to be us. Is it valid? Is it local? And then we will promote this to a variable. Error window. Toss that in references. We will set message. We're also doing like we normally do. We're getting validated get. If it is valid, is in viewport, we're going to check. Is it still there? If so, we're going to remove it from parent. Remove from parent. And then go down here and do this again. If it's not in the viewport, but we have it, we're going to set the message. Add to viewport. Incoming message comes from the input. Okay, if it's not valid, same thing, we come down here and we make it. So this should create an error message. Yep, we don't need any outputs. This was being called in the where was this being? Oh yeah, we were at launch lobby. That's where we were. Okay, so close that. Here, on a failure, we're going to show the error message. Failed to create session. Please try again. So sets player count, sets the server name, shows the loading screen, and creates a network session. On success, loads lobby. So that's how we launch the lobby. Whew. We can quickly make our event join server. We also show the loading screen. And we get our player controller. We do all this stuff again. And we join session this time. This is our player controller. The session to join comes from the call. On success, we don't do anything, but on a failure, we also show error message again. Failed to join server. Please try again. This joins server shows error fails. Okay, we need to do a quick, these things are built in. Event network error. If it's a server and it's true or false, we show error message. I don't know. Failure type to string. That's a function. Gotcha. Okay, so we need to make a quick function called net error to string. Again, this is all kind of from Unreal's own tutorial stuff. So this is taking in a this is the failure type, which is an enum, an E network failure. And we're going to have an output of a string, so the error message string. And this coming in is going to have a switch on E network failure. Failure type comes in, and we've got all these different types. So we're going to make the a local string. So this is the local error string. Which doesn't have a default, but we're going to set it. We'll have two different ones currently. So connection timeout goes to this one. So we just have one special one for connection timeout. Otherwise, everything else down to there will go up to this. And then we exit and pass the string. And this one says error lost connection to host. And this one says error connection timed out. Okay, and then this is a pure function apparently. So yeah. We do this. Back, and we have one more. We have event travel error, which show error message. And similarly, this also needs to have a function called travel error to string, which is just appending. So we receive the failure type again, which is the E travel failure. We're going to return a string, error message type string. We need an append. This will be error failed to travel ... and we append. So this will be enum string, and we append it. Simple enough. It's also pure. Close those. Just grab it, throw in that, and there. So these are our error string handling, error enum to string handling. Okay. And our quick event destroy session caller. This just destroys session. We don't need the world context object. Destroy session. There is the simple one. That's it. Destroys the network session. Silly comment, but I like having boxes around stuff just for a visual organization. I think that is... that's that. We need to make some functionality on the server, as I think the host is done, except for, let's just do this real quick. Get our accept button when that's clicked. We just check, make sure our server name is not empty. Not. It shouldn't be, because we're not allowing the accept button to be enabled if it's empty. But just to make extra sure, we remove for us from the parent, get rid of our host game menu, and we're going to launch the lobby from our game instance. Our LAN comes from our Boolean. Our player count is our number of players. And we send in our server name. So this is accept and launch lobby. Back to menu. And there's our construct. We don't need to... okay. Let's see what happens from here. Host a game. Test lobby. Just us. It's gonna be LAN. Hit accept. Nothing happened. Game instance. Launch lobby. Open level. What does our lobby level need to do anything? Does not look like it. I think we don't have nothing's making a lobby. Maybe it's the lobby player controller that is in charge of... yep. So we'll have to make our initial setup on the client side. We have some work to do there about updating the servers. So now we're going into network stuff. All of this is just... this was just local. So we got some more complex networking stuff now to set up. So I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll keep powering ahead, and hopefully by the end of today we'll have a lot of this widget stuff done, because it's not very exciting, is it? But it has to be done. So I'll be right back. Okay. Just had to bust out a couple of dirty dishes and get the kitchen clean for the lady when she gets home. So, let's keep on rolling, shall we? We need to get some networking going for the lobby. So that's where our lobby player controller comes in. So just looking through my information here in this other project and seeing where to begin. Let's make an event. Set up lobby menu widget. This is client side. This is going to have the server name coming in. We're going to show mouse cursor. We're going to create a widget. Zoning players ourselves. We are making our lobby menu widget here. The lobby menu widget, actually, the server name this is going to be bound to the variable under config. This is the server name text, and this is exposed on spawn. Put this under config and put these under widgets. Just to stay consistent and clean. So when we are over here, let's refresh. Server name coming in. That's how we get the server name for our lobby menu. We want to promote this to a variable. This is our lobby menu, and this is a references. We then add it to the viewport. And we will be setting our input mode to I think UI only at this point. We're not playing a game, just UI only. And the menu, this is what we're focusing. Which, now that I think of it, needs to be focusable. Okay. So this is our creates the lobby menu widget. Adds to viewport. Let's see. We also are going to need a show loading screen. This is also client side. these reliable. So our loading screen, we just we get our lobby menu. I'm going to do a validated get just to be safe. We're going to remove it from the parent. And then we're going to create a loading screen. Owner is ourselves. And we're adding to viewport. Creates and shows loadings. I want to put these under a new graph. These are our network. This is our network graph. Can I just move things? There we go. So when we launch a lobby from the game instance, open level by name, lobby. We need a, which has a game mode. All right. So do some work here in our game mode. On the begin play, we get all, no, we're not going to spawn, we don't need that one. We're getting the game instance. Get game instance reference. We will have our server name. Put this under config. This is going to get set from the server name in the game instance. And we're also going to have an integer of our player count. And that will be also set by our player count in the game instance. We need an on-post login. So this is called when a player controller has been received. When somebody's been given a player controller. This new player, let's promote. This is the connected. This is the connected player, or newly connected player. This under, whoops. Put this under network. We're going to need an array of player controllers. So these are all connected players, which are of type player controller, any kind, and it is an array. We are going to put that in network. We're going to add unique, the newly connected player. We're going to delay a second for things to catch up. Our newly connected player, we're going to need to call something on our newly connected player. So, we're going to give it a an interface. So BPI lobby player controller. And this is going to be, like the others, get lobby player controller reference. This spits out our BP lobby player controller. That way we can call the events that we need. So we need an initial setup. So initial setup. This is run on the client side, and it receives a server name. That's it, because we're not doing anything else with that information. And initial setup, what does it do? We're going to have a load and save player info thing that we'll do at some point, but we call our setup lobby menu widget, pass in the server name, delay briefly, and we have to do a update lobby info, which is on our lobby menu. Because widgets are only client side, so if you have a bunch of people connected, this has to be called on every single client. So this is update lobby widget info. This receives the that was for map image, map name, and map text. We don't need that because we're not sending that stuff over. Where were we? Okay, so here in the player controller, we don't need to update any lobby settings. Nothing is happening in the lobby. Maybe when we're ready, we can go revisit that. Just trying to get the people together, though. So we don't need that at the moment. So this initial setup currently is just setting up our lobby widget. So this is the first event called by lobby game mode after player has logged in. Has logged in and received a player controller. All right. Back to the game mode. And close the error window, the chat window. So we've logged in. We receive this game mode is on the server, by the way. It receives the player. It's added to the array. We wait a second. We call the initial setup. And we pass in the server name. That player controller now creates their widget. We need to do an event on logout. We grab our player controller, or all our connected players. We do a for each loop with a break. We need to find who just logged out. Is that element equal to the person who just logged out? If so, we remove the index. And we'll do some other stuff in here eventually. And then we break. And we need an update everyone. So this is in, let's make a new graph. We need a network graph. Let's move this over to the network graph. Update all players. Update all connected player widgets. Copy widgets. Get the length of all connected players. We are setting our player count. Is it greater than 0? Hopefully. We don't need to do a connected info yet. In the lobby menu, this is how we, so we have this number here. We need an event. Update the player list panel. This is going to receive an integer player count. Which we'll put right here. And then we'll bind it. So back in the lobby, game mode. We will go through all our connected players. We're going to get the lobby player controller reference. get the lobby menu. Validated get. And we will update the player list panel with our player count. I think that'll work. It might have to make a client-side call on the player controller. We'll see what happens. Okay, we're just going to leave it at that for now. This will expand when we start introducing in our player color selection so that we can prevent duplicate colors. Okay. This updates all players' lobby widgets with new server side okay. We need our start loading for all the connected players. Get the lobby player controller. We then show the loading screen. And another custom event of launch game. This gets the game instance. We will set the player count to our player count. And we will execute a console command. Through player can index 1. Only the host should be able to do this. This is going to be server travel, our game, which is BattleGrids levels default game map, right? Is that what we named it? Okay. I think seamless travel. Gotta have that. So when this is completed, we launch game. So this show loading screen on all connected players, then launch the game. Okay. Couple things in the lobby menu that we need to do. So we've got our update that, but our construct event, when we make our lobby, we need to get our owning player, get lobby player controller reference. We need to, that's our player controller. Put this under references. We're going to, is server. Are we the server? Are we hosting? If so, then our start ready button, we need that text. Start ready text. That's under our widgets. This set text. So if we're the server, that says start. Otherwise, that says ready. And the game settings button is hidden. If we're just a client. That's all we're going to do right there for now. We need to handle the leave lobby. When we click that, get the owning player, and we're going to destroy session. And on a success, we will open level by object reference back to our main menu. We need the ready start button. So this destroys the session and loads the main. Our ready start button is server again, because it does different things. So if we are the server, we need to get the lobby game mode. Do we have an interface yet? We don't. We need another blueprint in for BPI lobby game mode. And this is get lobby game mode reference. Game mode. BP lobby game mode. So we can call things. Get game mode lobby, a lobby game mode reference. And we need to start loading. If we are if we're local, we're gonna update status. Another custom event called update status. Let's call this update player status. We need a flip-flop. And our ready, let's see. This is also going to need to be called on the server, so call update server. So on the player controller, when we're updating everyone, or is it on the menu, the game mode, isn't it? Update all connected player lobby widgets. Here we go. So, when we hit this, it makes us ready. So we need to pass information to the server about our state. Which could be so player lobby controller. Let's have a bool under our config. This is going to receive a Boolean. I think. Hold on. So for each person, the player count's going to get updated, and should be an array. We're going to pass in an array of Booleans. And a connected, we're missing an interface actually. Our lobby, we need a WBP connected player. Yeah, connected player. And this is just a horizontal box. Let's go desired on screen. This horizontal box is going to have, I think, a maybe a checkbox. This is going to be our ready. Yeah, unchecked. It's not enabled and it's not focusable, so I think we can just, so you can't click it, I don't think. Can I make it bigger? Wrap with a size box. A nice 75 by 75. No? Replace with child. Our unchecked image size. Whatever. This is our ready checkbox. I'm going to do a size box next to it. Actually, we'll just go 50 by 50, and in there is going to be an image. This image is the player color. This is going to be our selected color. Eventually, we could do maybe an avatar if we wanted to get a little bit cooler. And then a text for just the name, which will be centered and padded on the left. This we could pad a little on the left also. No, we don't. We don't want to do that. My mistake. Size box, we want to pad a little. But pad a little on all sides. There we go. But a little bit more on the left. All right, this is the player name, and that's a variable. Okay, this is where we want player information. Let's add some padding on the left of this as well. Put some padding on the right. Let's go ahead and make, under our types, so we made a token bank here. We're going to make a use struct blueprint type struct bg player info generated body, and we want a u property of edit anywhere blueprint read write. This is going to be of f text player name. We then want a u property of edit anywhere blueprint read write, and this is our color. We want like a linear color, so linear color, f linear color, I think. And this is going to be the player color. And this is where perhaps we also store permissions, dungeon master permission or stuff. No. Yeah, why not? Okay, so u property edit anywhere blueprint read write b or a uint. I'll make it a bool. See if this works. Uint 8 of the game master permissions. Yeah. Okay. I think that'll work. So we've got our game master permissions, and then yeah, I don't want to do the status, player status in the player info. That doesn't, because we're not going to need that in the actual game. Okay, let's compile that and hope God that things don't just suddenly crash on us. Whoops. Default member initializers for bit fields requires... Okay, so let's not do that. Can we just do it this way? Okay, we're good. A connected player. Let's see if we can add it. Player info. This will be under config. These should be under widgets. This is of type PG player info. Perfect. Cool. We've got a linear color coming in. So on construct, this player info is expose on spawn and editable. So when we make a connected player, this will get set. We're going to break this. We will then, our selected color, set color and opacity to that linear color coming in. And we will set our player name. Set text of the player name to our player name. And we have not set up the where this gets made or created. We'll double back to all of that at some point. A lot of stuff happening, but it's coming together and we're gonna have an actual game at some point here. So let's make a Boolean. This is going to be our ready state. This is instance editable. And our checkbox is going to be bound to that. Let's just make a custom event while we're just for the hell of it. Set ready state. And this will take in a Boolean ready. We'll set it. Okay. So, in our lobby again. A custom event of add player to player list panel. Or you know what, just the player list itself receives a player info struct. We then create a widget. The owning player is whoever made the server. There's the player info coming in. We then grab our player list and we add child to the vertical box. Custom event clear player list. is going to be useful. Also, here are the children. So when is this getting called? Probably from the game mode lobby. That sounds like it would probably be on post login or something. Initial setup. I don't know where that's getting called. Add player to player list. Where are we calling that? Add player info. Update player window. There it is. Okay. Found it. Okay. Okay, so it happens on update everyone. We call something on the player controller called add player info, which add player info then receives the connected player info and updates on client side. So we'll start it, make it in the player controller. This is a client side, so custom event, add player info client. This receives an array of player info structs. This is our BG player info struct and an array of them. Our player controller client side has to keep track of this, so this is set and promoted to a variable in our config. So this is our connected player on the player's info. Connected player's info. We then get our lobby menu and do a validated get. If it is valid, we're going to clear the player list first. We will then go through all the info that we have, and then we will update the player, update player status, or no, these aren't named right. Update player list panel. Add player to player. Hold on. Add player to player list is what we want to be calling. Add player to player list. This is why I'm trying to rename these things. I don't like the way they were named. Okay. Updates the player list in the client's lobby menu widget. And that's going to be called, let's go back to our game mode. This updates this is just the number, and I want to get also ready, the ready state too, which we have right here. So we get our player. And lobby menu. Let's make a let's make an array of connected player widgets. We're adding it in there. So when we clear, we also want to clear this as well. This way we can we're going to update the ready status on it too. Owning player lobby player controller. Hi. Yeah. Hi, kitty. Go away. Set the ready. It's going to just invert what we already have. And then call and we're going to call an update. So this needs to be replicated. So we get all connected players, we go through, and we update the player list panel and that's really just doing a player count. So that's player count, sets that. Man, this just feels scattered. I don't like this. So I'm just going to keep thinking about how to do this cleaner. I don't feel like the player controller needs to know this. This shouldn't be done in the player controller. Well, actually, yes, it does, because it's on our widget. So I'm going to change this to update lobby widget. This is going to receive connected players info. I'm not going to set a variable. I'm just going to pass it to the for loop over there. We don't need to copy that and create memory. We're going to go through and we're going to add a player to the player list. Close that. This is our construct. This is ready start button, start ready button. Receives a player info struct and creates a connected player widget from the data. Maybe we do want to put the ready in the player info. Nah. We're just going to call this update player count. Player count number. Clears vertical box player list in the array of widgets. So I'm going to make a update ready state for connected player. This is going to receive a player info. And it's going to receive a ready state. We're going to go through our connected players, so for each. Get lobby player controller reference. Get player info. Do we even have player info on our player controller yet? Get the info. We're checking the name. If our player name, actually, these are widgets. This isn't going to work. There we go. Get the player info of the widget. Break it. Actually, just check. Is it the same? No, can't compare info. It's equal. We are then going to set the ready state and break. This okay. For each connected player, we update the player count. and then we do update the ready state for player controller. That can be replicated as well, our player info. So it's the same between client and server for the player controller. Okay. Okay. So far, so good. Things are working as they are programmed to. We'll continue to refine our updating. That's just going to be a work in progress of the best way to handle this all-in-one updating, getting everybody to update their widget. So actually here we need to do excuse me. We need to call this so this has to be okay. Okay, so we need an array of connected players info in the game mode on the server. So this is BG player info array config. We're going to clear and repopulate it. We go into this loop for each. We need to add before we do this. So we're adding. Now once we're, this is where it goes into a second for each loop. So it's but that's the problem here. We have to populate that. So we go into this second one and move this over here. And for all connected players again, we get lobby player controller reference and call this update lobby widget with our populated connected players info. And then we do another loop with break on all our connected players info. And this is eventually when we have a color. So we break it. We get the color. Break the color. And what I'm checking here. Let's see. A linear color structure. The alpha, I believe. So if this is 0, if somebody hasn't selected a color yet, we can't start the game. So B and start game. That's under config. And we break. Otherwise, we can start the game. Okay, server menu. Let's go do some stuff in the server menu real fast. This is on the find game menu. That's what I named it. Okay, on construct. We're going to get the game instance. The game instance reference. I'm going to promote that to a variable. This is under references. These are under widgets. Okay. On our, this is the same as we've done before. We have a Boolean which is true by default. So we're looking for LAN. We get this. We set the inverse of it. And then this text. Network mode text. Is that what I named that? It is. So to avoid that issue again, we'll do that. Set this. And this is into a select based on our Boolean. It's false, it says online. It's true, it says LAN. And our back button. Remove from parent. We get our game instance and we show the main menu. We reset our defaults. this should say and by default. These should be in config, not references. Okay, now for the big one, the accept button. We need another boolean called bSession found. That in config. If we've found a session. From parent. Get the game instance. Join server. Where's our session to join? Well, we need to make that so it's false by default. So, hold on. This horizontal box I want to wrap with a widget switcher. This is the displayed. This is network widget switcher. And in it, this is the network type selection. This is outside of the widget switcher. Okay. We want to have another throbber for loading. So this is our game search throbber. Make it a little bigger. This is going to network type. This is actually a variable, and this is our header. So we are going to set the text of the header to searching. Where's our, there it is. Set active widget index to 1, which will be our circular throbber. We need a found sessions array, which is going to be of type blueprint session result array. We're going to clear. We will then find sessions, get owning player, the Max results, num of sessions found. What is that? Interesting. Max results, I don't know. We'll set that to 10 for now. Enable LAN comes from here. We then set our found sessions to that. We're going to do a for each loop with break on it. Get current players. Get max players. We may need to fix that. Set session found to true. And this is going to be promoted to a variable called available session. We then break. This is just finding the first available session. So this needs to eventually change so that we have like an actual server menu to select from or join specific games. So this is not final. We come out of that loop. If we've found a session, we then set visibility. This gets hidden when we're searching. And then set visibility gets visible when we've found the session. We then switch our back, so set active widget index back to 0 or to 2. We need to make something for 2, and custom event of display session, which receives a loop, an available session. Easy way to do that is that. We then set the header text to session found join. Riveting. I know. Call that display session off of our available session. On fail, so this is on success. On failure or false, we set our header text to no sessions found. Please try again. We're going to toggle our accept buttons visibility back to visible as well. Duplicate, so it says something different on failure. This says search failed, try again. And we set the active widget index back to 0. Okay. Oh. Is not happy. Probably because I realize a session requires a current and max player. What are we doing when we hit accept? Player count goes in. So let me fix this, because I know it works here. So let's get our game instance. This is going to be called max players instead. Aha. Public, so max players goes into public connections. Absolute and listen. Save all. Let's open that level and find out what happens. All right, we're good. Found it. Failed to join server. Please try again. I think it's because probably can't do this. Stop. Simulate or no. Standalone games. Okay, so we've made these. I'm gonna host a game called Test 2. This is going to find a game on the LAN. Failed to join. Okay. So that's where we're at the moment. Things are coming along. So why can't... Okay. I'm gonna walk through a little bit and just find out what's going on. Oh, right here. Forgot to attach that. Okay, let's try again. Created a LAN game. We're gonna find a LAN game. Found it. And we're in it. And we can leave it. I'd say that is some big progress. Cool. We just have to we need to start updating info. So when somebody joins, I want the lobby now to properly keep track of everybody that's connected. And so then when we hit that we're ready, and we need to add in the color selection, and then we have to migrate everybody into our battle map. But damn, what a day. We went from rotating our tokens on the board, which ended up being a little more complex than I anticipated, to getting a multiplayer lobby starting to come together. Obviously, this is not a server browser, which I'm sure everybody would like to have. So we'll get there eventually. Or, I think even better, is we figure out how the Jackbox Party or Among Us unique string thing is done. I think that is the direction that I would like to go into, so it can be easy. I think I'm gonna leave it there for today. We've done a whole lot of work. I'm gonna go ahead and submit everything to my GitHub source control. So what did we do? We added rotational feature for tokens. Created the foundation for all multiplayer lobby network. Created the widgets initial functionality for multiplayer lobby networking. Cool. And I'll push it. Done. All right. Well, thank you for joining me again today. I'll be on tomorrow. I've moved my plasma donation to the morning rather than in the mid-afternoon, so I'll get that out of the way, and we'll get right back on track, and I think we'll continue work on the multiplayer lobby. We'll get that fully working and everybody migrating into the gameplay, and then we'll return to gameplay functionality from that point. So, thanks for joining. See you next time.